Oh, g'day. G'day, everyone. Sup? Hello. Welcome. Happy Thursday. We are on the rundown of the week. Is that a word? Do people say that? The rundown of the week? The run out? The run away? The run free from... It's so cold, false. I got the heater on again. I got a jumper on. It's cold, you guys. It is cold. I will turn the music down. Hold on. It is cold. Oh my God. 2 starting screen subs. 2 of you. Kind of hot in these rhinos. 2 whole years. Giddy up to you. On your horse. Punky. Thank you for the 34 months as well. Welcome on in. Let me give you the rundown. Give me the rundown. What's with the run? Where are we running? How's it going? Yeehaw. Chat, I was thinking, hey!
You could search
Marmoset.
the world and never
Tier 3.
find such good goo.
Tier 3.
Starting screen
Tier
sub.
3. Tier 3. Yeah. Get it. Oh!
It's a full-blown house
Hype
deposit,
train.
Burr.
This is me riding a horse. This ain't Texas. West Virginia. Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River. Sorry. I've been tired for 2 days now. I could have died. That was so white. Surprise. Support white women's wrongs today. Ven, 21 months. Thank you so much. 21 months of incredible life updates, which I feel like we haven't had an update recently, so feel free to throw one in those there, please. Thank you. Chat, how many times have you seen this sweater? Nobody paying attention? I bought this in 2020 during the Pandoobly. In fact, I'm pretty sure I bought it on stream during the Pandoobly. Too many times? That is just so ungrateful. Hi, Waleed. How you doing? Welcome on in. Free dance before hitting the goals. I'm just providing you with some motivation. You know, a little bit of motivation for some mad dancing that's so feel good and fun. That's right. Don't you want to give 5 stars? Because my dancing is so good. I love that every time I wear this sweater, you guys compliment it. Thank you. It makes me feel good. Do you know some days I wear this sweater because I know people are going to compliment it. And do you know what? When I sat down today, I was like, guys, do you know what I need? I need a jumper. Exactly like this, but a little bit bigger. I need one more jumper for Scotland because I think I'll take this one. Right? Because this will be cute. Like, we'll tuck it into some pants. Right? We could tuck it into a skirt. And I was thinking if I get a shirt to wear under it, that could be like kind of vibes. You know? But it's not wool. It's cheap. It's made out of polyester, I think. So, 100% acrylic. 100% acrylic. That's fancy for acrylic. Yeah, if it's warm, it's warm. I mean, it's comfy. It's not itchy. It doesn't itch me. So that's nice. Chat, it's one of those days. We're in need of a bedazzled voost. Give me the voost of life. As she walks by. What a sight for sore eyes,
full-blown house
brighter
deposit,
than a
Here is
blue
the boost of
sky.
life.
She's got you mesmerized. Why die? Welcome, everybody. What did I miss? False. Thank you for the 100 bits. Vic, 39 months. Thank you. And a 39-month streak. I see your loyalty. I see your never wavering loyalty. I respect it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful. I'm going to choose to ignore what you really said.
This is a
We don't have
full-blown
enough
house
loyalty
deposit,
meetings.
so-
I am here all the
We
time.
don't have enough loyalty
What did I
meetings.
really say? It's not wool, it's sheep. Oh. I see what you did. Oh my goodness! Bits?
This is
Oh
a
my god, we're
full-blown house
edging.
deposit,
We're edging so hard.
At Mo
We're
Cranes,
edging
thanks
so
for the gift
hard.
sub.
No one's about to. It's about to be. No, you failed.
Boy!
That's
Wellock
like one of those
gifted a
really
tier 1 sub
that's
to white women.
one
They
of those
have given
really disappointing-
848
that's so
gift subs in the
disappointing.
channel.
That's and you know what? Considering you gifted that sub to white women, it's on brand. Barocca called. They want you back. Well, I'm a Voost girl now. Actually, so I mean, it's not as good, but it doesn't have fake sugar in it, so. Can someone gift Taylor Swift? I get paid on Friday. Stop, chat. Thank you for the level 1 hype train. And look, we got a full board now. We're thriving. Worcestershire sauce. How fancy. Cuttawampus, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Love Saber, thank you for the 19 months. Mo, thank you for gifting Love Saber. And Wallock, I see what you did. You're fired. Also, Pixel, I did give update. I read update. You said ghost. But that's okay because you've already moved on.
Strawman Me Bro gifted
Why
a
are we
tier
like
1
this
sub
as
to
human
Egypt paid on
beings?
Friday. They have
Why
given
are we like this?
438 gift subs in the channel.
Lol, Strawman, smooth. Hilarious. Ahoy, Clunt, welcome. I don't know who makes these account names. They're wild. What are they even thinking? Ridiculous behavior. Now, everybody, I realize I have exactly one personality at the moment, and that personality is Scotland.
Boy!
Mom
Hey,
Music
look at
gifted
you
a tier 1
go.
sub to Taylor
Gaze
Swift
to the
underscore
rescue.
13. They have given 165 gift
At
subs in
least
the
they
channel.
didn't name their account after their dog. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty dumb. But it's got a real ring to it, so I don't know. Yeah.
Boy!
Strawman Me Bro gifted a tier 1 sub to Blue's Clues. They have given 439 gift subs in the channel.
Okay, well, the reason I was going to say my entire personality is Scotland, Strawman, thank you for the gifted sub, is because I got my nails done for pre-Scotland hype. Don't look at my broken finger. It's embarrassing. Don't. Now when people look at it, I'm so embarrassed because it was broken for so long. And I was like, that's normal. Clearly not normal. Don't look at it. Not the point. But look, you want to see something feral? These are my Scotland hype nails, right? These are my Scotland hype nails. And if you look on this finger, if you look real closely, that's the Loch Ness Monster in a lake with some trees. You can't really see it, but it is. Hold on. Can you guys see the Loch Ness? Anyway, I have no mental illness today. I'm only happy. Why? Because I got my nails done, and that's basically joy. So, yeehaw! Which lasted longer, the secretly broken finger or the belief you'd seen a moose? Ow! Oh my god, the secretly broken finger. Have you considered a hobby? I have hobbies. My dog's happiness is my hobby. So, imagine getting clawed with those. No, they're round and short. They're not long or anything. Wallach based.
Wallach gifted a tier 1 sub to Cluntest Wode. They have given 849 gift subs in the channel.
Let me put your little blankie down. It's a bit chilly, but there you go. Women don't have hobbies. That's a masculine trait. That's so true. My dog's happiness is my hobby because I'm really maternal. But then also fixing men, which is why I'm here today. And it's why all of you are here, technically, too. And I have been working so hard to fix you. And it's a really long process, lifelong. And and I do it for free. So, do you think World War III will happen? I don't know. I think we'll probably just fizzle more than nuke each other, but you never know. How do you feel the fixing is going? Because I have some notes. I feel like the problem is you guys have to fix me first, and you guys actually didn't do that. So you haven't held up your end of the bargain, and until I'm mentally stable, how am I supposed to give out mental stability? So you have to fix me with compliments, subscribers, and joy, and then I'll throw it back at you tenfold. I promise. Chivalry is dead because women killed it. Dave Chappelle. Are we listening to Dave Chappelle, Freddie? Is Dave Chappelle your idol? Do you want to be Dave Chappelle? I like my men chivalrous, but not because they perceive me as an object, because they want to be kind to me as a human being. Do you know what I mean? I don't want a man to be chivalrous just because he thinks he's gonna fuck me. Maybe they could just be chivalrous without being like, here's a coin in your slot, give me emotional validation and sex, bitch. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe you could just open the door because you like women. And then, it's like roulette. Occasionally we'll fuck the people that open the door. Well, I mean, you either want our chivalry or you don't. But why does it have to be... Like, why does your chivalry have to be conditional? What do you mean? I don't understand your point. Why does it have to be conditional? What do you think I'm going to do? Snot someone who opens a door for me? I want flowers. False, that's the point. That's the sad bit. The 6th is Asexual Visibility Day. Well, asexuality is valid. I also think that for a lot of people, I don't know. I don't want to have that conversation. Make sure the flowers can be dried. No, cut flowers are okay. They're not even bad for the... Oh, you're picking on me because I have lots of dried flowers in my apartment, aren't you? You are. It's because I keep showing you my dead flowers and you're... My dead flowers are aesthetic. Don't judge me. They're a depiction of how I feel about love. No. I'm not convinced a lot of women actually like men. I would agree with you. I think that a lot of men don't like women and a lot of women don't like men right now because I think there's a fundamental clash that we don't know how to fix and everybody's a bit stuck. Like men don't have access anymore to a lot of like the markers that make them able to provide the what some women are looking for, and then a lot of women if they say yes to fulfilling a traditionally feminine role, get trapped, experience domestic violence, experience inequality with being able to get a job. It's really difficult.
Boy!
Warlock gifted a tier 1 sub to Canadian Garrett.
Warlock,
They
thank you
have
for
given
gifting, Garrett.
850 gift subs in the channel.
850 subs to the channel. Can we get some win free will spam, please? That is many subscriptions. Warlock, thank you so much. That is many free will. Thank you. I'm very grateful. It's the job and place to live security. I've seen a lot of relationships break down in my time. Not just my own, but like other people's, and at all different stages of life. And the women who have stayed in situations the longest are ones that are financially unable to do anything else. And some women just stay, like in the past, some women just stayed their whole lives because they had no choice. There was nowhere to go. A fist to the face every so often was fine because your other option was death or homelessness. You know? That being said, like, we need to talk about like men and the pressure, like how many men just up and kill themselves because they can't provide for their families. Right? Like that's very real as well. And the pressure to be able to provide under capitalism, which is like, you know, the risk of losing your job. I have vivid memories of my dad losing his job when we were like young. And I remember just how excited he was when he got a new job. Like I remember him running around the house screaming yes, like vividly. Because we were all so excited. We had no idea what it meant, but it was so exciting. Hi, Agent. Welcome on in. Good afternoon. No one can do anything or plan for anything because we can be fired for no reason at all tomorrow. How are we supposed to do anything? Vox, I get that. Because, like, obviously, I don't have any job security. I don't even know how much money I'm making on a daily basis. So sometimes you just have to live. You can't really plan for anything. You kind of just have to like throw darts and just do stuff and hope for the best. I am going to sell my Bring Me the Horizon Sleep Token ticket though. Mainly because I already went in the last like year. And I think I'd rather have the money from my trip, so yeah. Needing dual income to survive is kind of forcing people to financially look for relationships. I mean, a lot of people do. I don't think it's a good idea though. Like I obviously pay more living by myself, but like imagine just getting into a relationship for convenience sake. That's how you die slowly. It really is. It really is. It blows out your light. You know? I'm from Western Europe and I don't live under the impression that I can be fired without cause. I mean, it's true. There's probably a few more protections where you are. Even in Australia, there are some protections in certain jobs, but in America, there's very little workers' rights. It's metal. It's like emo, yeah. Yeah, financially, it makes sense for everybody to date someone, but it's a shit reason to date. Correct. Do you know how hard that is for women, though? Like, a lot of people like to demonize women for being gold diggers, right? Because how dare a woman look for like financial stability? But like, for a very long time, women's whole goal was to find a man who would be able to take care of them because you otherwise you die. So, it's been a while since those times. Yeah, it has. It has been a while and we've come a long way, but I still think that there are women who like these things are generational, right? I am the first woman in my family, like in my lineage, who has ever gotten the chance to live alone. My mum wasn't allowed to live by herself. My grandma certainly wasn't, and women before that, I I would have been a nun. I mean, the option if you wanted to be a woman that technically kind of lived by yourself, I mean, you were a nun, right? Isn't hypergamy like the idea that women date above their station or something? Isn't that what that word means? Isn't that like one of those like red pill terms? Oh, you mean hypergamy. Hypergamy. Sorry, I got the emphasis wrong. Means finding a mate of some higher status, men and women. I saw a TikTok, I think yesterday, that said, you can tell how much somebody loves themselves by who they choose to date. It's a bit loud. I think that's the whole point of a relationship, ZB Nerd. To like attempt to look after somebody else in whatever set of ways you find works for you guys, you know? I think, Garrett, more people just want a hug than you could ever imagine. That's a really terrible idea, Nudesack. Does your girlfriend, do you have children? That's a terrible idea. Unless she is fully overwhelmed with like, no, we don't. Is she disabled? I don't know. Financial stress is like the number one cause of relationship breakdown. And so if you can't afford to look after you both, your relationship will suffer. Yeah, ZB. Oh, there are definitely people who are hug averse, and that's okay. Unfortunately, as a disabled woman, I'll be essentially in the same spot when my parents die. Homelessness is inevitable with poverty payments and not survivable. I really hope that that's not the case, meowing. I really do. I hope it's different for you. But it does not feel good, does it? I don't think it's possible, Rokus. I spend just over 30% of my income on rent. But it's not easy. My workplace is being a cunt to me and the financial stress is dialed to 11 right now. Remind me to pay you, Louis. Have you invoiced me? That will be
This
my
is a
life when my
full-blown house
parents...
deposit. So
Hey, Punk. How you doing? Thank you for the 25 months. Will you not have a house, Strawman? Will you not inherit your parents? Will you not inherit your parents' house? What do you think it means then, Freddie? It's weird how we all kind of watch Alone to prepare to be homeless, eh? I'd be dead. I don't think I would last very long, you guys. Paul, yeah, it's not super cheery right now. I don't even know how we got to this point, but here we are. I also find it hard for me to find a job where I feel comfortable. I don't want another UPS gig. I'm going to tell you right now, jobs where you feel comfortable don't exactly exist. Every single job has its pitfalls. Every single job I've ever worked, even this one, has its pitfalls. They're different. Like my feet would really hurt when I worked in retail. I probably broke my thumb doing hospitality. In advertising, I was dealing with people who didn't know what they want, and it was just frustrating in emails. And then in this, I get harassed every day. I literally get called a white WHORE every single day. And it's like, okay, that's something. My house is divided evenly amongst the 3 siblings, but I'm hoping my older brothers just let me keep living here if my mum passes. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think I'm getting anything. I might get a little something from my mum, but I don't think I'm getting anything. Unless, of course, you know, I meet the very rich billionaire couple on my Scotland trip and they leave me their entire estate. Which will happen, actually. So, yeah. Woohoo! Yeah, no, that's defo happening. Definitely happening, you guys.
guys, it's not a cult.
Hey!
It's a cult when they first come
And
in.
we're
You'll
off to
scare
the
'em off.
recess
Community, guys.
basis.
Community. Keep it.
Agent, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. There are several Scottish dukes you could steal the generational wealth from. Yeah, I know, but I can't be too obvious about it, you know? Why do you think that women are the sole practitioners? You don't think men want somebody that they can show off? Why does the term trophy wife exist if men don't practice hypergamy? Like, I think there is a long, like, there is a long historical context of men getting rid of their earlier wives to trade up. No? I mean, King Henry VIII literally started a whole new fucking religion so he could have a new wife. And you're gonna say that just women practice hypergamy? What? I politely disagree. Because that trophy wife is not more valuable than the rich man that obtained her. She's just very, very hot. See, that's a slippery slope. That's a slippery slope. Because you're saying that human value is what? Only akin to wealth? Are you saying that a human being's value is only akin to whatever number sits next to their name? I think that's a very slippery slope. I think human beings have innate value. You could search the world and never. Well, what's the difference between sexual market value and human value?
As fickle as a nickel pixel. As subbed as a snubbed cub. As hot as a Scots trots. That is all.
Fam, 68 months and a sneaky tier 3. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful. It's feeling very Andrew Tate. You seriously think 2 are one in the same? I think that any man who uses his money to perceive acquiring a wife as like a financial, like an acquisition is pretty gross. No, and you probably don't. You just sound like very red-pilled. I think the red pill is a way for young men to feel like they have control over something that is more complex than they would like to believe. The reality is the social matrix has changed so much that finding a partner is reliant on so many things, and relationships break down so much more often. So you think if a man doesn't consider a woman sexually attractive, then that dehumanizes her? I do not think that, no. No, we're talking specific. I do think that applying the marketplace of ideas to like sexual market value is pretty cringe. I feel like I'm being yelled at, chat. I'm not exactly sure why either. This person seems a little angry. I think men and women are in a very difficult situation right now. I don't think men like women, and I don't think women like men. I do think that there are some women who like men and some men who like women. But the trends are moving away from solidarity, which is just really sad. But it's a thing, a real thing. How do you know it's a real thing? Have you experienced it? There are so many reasons someone might not be able to date or not get a date. There's so many. Freddie, what do you mean? How do you know it's real? How do you know it's real? Look at how many people are in relationships around you. Like, what do you mean? Paul, that's a sentence I thought I'd never read. I think, here's what I'll give you. I think historically men and women's roles in society were more defined. Men had a better role though. Yeah, they had to go off to war and die and shit, but they had free will and more independence than women in the defined roles. You can live in whatever reality you want to. I'm not gonna try to fix you. Um, and now those roles are less defined, and there are those people who would rather regress back to more defined roles where um, men continue to um, experience privilege at the hands of women. But the reality is that's not going to happen. And why it's so difficult to find partners these days is that there are so many different scales. There's so many different scales. So to find somebody that matches with you on what you perceive as a quality is quite difficult. And like there is so much to do with timing as well. And I don't know how old you are, Freddie. Um, but I can understand that like I chase money, that's it. Why? Because you want power? Because you think it'll be able to buy you happiness? That's okay. Go win at capitalism if that's what you want to do. Like go win. Because men need power. We all need power. We all need power. Counterpoint, bottoms. Yeah, but bottoming is its own form of power and you know it. I chase money for the simple reason that it makes me anxious not having it, but would very much like to not have to worry about money at all. I don't think many of us get the privilege of not getting to worry about money at all. Freddie, I know why you want to make money, right? And I see it, right? There are people around me who have money, and people absolutely placate their every whim because they have money and power. I get it. And people look at that and they're like, that looks like a good time. That looks like a good time. I don't know. I'm just going to tell you right now that there are multiple versions of reality. Your experience of reality is not the definitive one. And the sooner in your life you understand that no one person's perception of reality is definitive, the more you can listen to other people and be more intersectional in your understanding of the world. I sit here and I politely ask for women's equality, right? But I do sit here and I listen to so many men's opinions on what their experience of life has been like. And it's very different to mine. The struggles are different. There are certain aggressions that I have had done to me in my life that you will never experience. Okay, but you are, because you're like, this is reality. You're not saying that's my reality. You're saying it's reality, and you're insinuating that I am delusional. Let's be honest. Even though I have 17 boyfriends already, right? I could have a boyfriend tomorrow, another one. I could have an 18th boyfriend tomorrow if I wanted to. I could not get another girlfriend tomorrow, though. That would be way harder. No offense. Men are just easier to please. Lemo. No, you have to increase your social capital for that, because all women want is social capital. No, I mean, so you think that men and women just inherently live in two different universes? That seems a bit reductory, in my opinion. I think that's really sad, and I think very reductor. Like, what does that say about the human experience? Women live life on easy mode. Oh dear. Sure do. I think at this point I'm supposed to ask for $5 just to make a point. God, I love my life as a woman. It's so incredibly easy. I just woke up and thought about living, and then came and sat down at my computer. I gave my dog a little pat. I came and I sat down at my computer. And now I'm just vibing while people give me money, because it's easy. And I definitely didn't do any work to get here. I just woke up one morning and I was like, oh, going to cash in my woman privilege. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the 5 USD. I heard you were supposed to receive $5. Thank you so much, David.
You may never leave. We're stuck here forever.
You too, Freddie?
Unfortunately,
Thank you so much for proving my point.
it's the end of the road for anybody who has already found themselves in here.
You know, I will happily listen to you if you stop yelling at me, if you listen to me. Feels like Bobby all over again, chat. My fake incentives work. They sure do, Blue. You're my hero. This is incredible tactics here. I do it with my feminine brain. Because we all know that the feminine brain is manipulative and evil. Weak, but feminine and manipulative and evil, but weak. So I use my feminine brain to come up with manipulative magic. See? I don't disagree. Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you know what I love? Do you know what I'm attracted to? Sexy man brains. Like I am, I can't help it. I can't help it. When a man is filled to the brim with logic, oh, it's so fuckable. Gish gallop at me. King. So sexy. I want names. I want dates. I want places. I want documents. Talk at me. Let me listen. Let me be in my feminine and listen to you. Please. See, I even asked nicely, like a woman should. You know, I unironically can be debated into bed. That's how sexy I find facts and logic. Probably not Ben Shapiro, because Mans doesn't know that a pussy can be wet. That won't work. But, you know, I am vulnerable to being debated into bed for sure. I genuinely thought you meant debated into sleepiness, and I related very much. Oh, that can also happen. Really depends on the vibes. It's a real hit and miss situation. Facts, not sexual feelings, baby. No, it's facts to sexual feelings. Actually, it's not even really facts. Like, I don't necessarily... Oh, no.
Let's say, hypothetically, that you are on your bed, and let's suppose that you are also submissive and breedable. Now, let's say you are a male.
Uh-oh.
Statistically speaking, males that are submissive and breedable tend to be catboys. That's a fact. Hypothetically, under these Sursteppen, let's say I was you, would it not be under these Sir Catboy, the only correct course of action for you to take to absolutely wreck and destroy me, in a debate, in bed?
Period. 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 These damn cat boys out here with their feminine brains. We all know only women are allowed to be cats. If you aren't having formal adjudicated debates in bed, what are you doing there? Nothing. Beds are for formal adjudicated debates. Catboy, that's a new one. Freddie, how old are you? Is it your first day on the internet? McCavity's a ginger cat. He's very tall and thin. Taylor Swift's peak. I have a confession. I do not enjoy cats. No one enjoys cats. Oh my gosh, congratulations, Famis. That's so exciting. Good luck. I hope it goes well. Cats the animal, the musical, or the movie? The musical and the movie. I like Cats as in the animal. The musical, eh. The movie, mm. I think that's very normal, Vox. There's only one good song. This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Don't worry, I can fix you and your hatred of cats.
Stop. If you give me too much money, you'll let me be too masculine. I need to stay in my feminine. If you give me too much money, I'll become a man. Because men get money, women don't. That's logic. Wait, seriously? People have been pretending this whole time? No, people hate Cats, the musical. Okay? People hate Cats, the musical. Also, Paul, thank you for the 11 months. Who said women don't get money? I did. And I'm a woman. I'm actually the authority on women, as I'm the alpha woman. That's right. That's right. We've taken your terms. And I'm the authority on women, and women aren't allowed to have money or they get too masculine. It's kind of sexist, to be honest. Is it? Or is it sarcasm? That being said, unfortunately, when women get too much money, they have too much power and can make too many decisions. Now, decision making is a masculine trait. Therefore, women should not have as much money as men because it forces them to make decisions with that money, and that therefore puts them in their masculine, and that's bad. It's against nature. So, unless you want me to be powerful and masculine, I'm going to need you to stop giving me money. It's not my fault I can get you with facts and logic. Whose logic is this? It's mine. I'm not sure what I dropped into, but I think I'm leaving here with a nosebleed. It's so fair. I'd say give me a chance, but I'm not actually funny because women can't be funny. Again, that's a masculine thing. See, even the misogynist is agreeing with me. You know it's a problem when the misogynist is agreeing with you and your sarcasm. I mean, my very real, solid, logical takes that make so much deep, logical, solid, ingrained sense. Why are you telling me to fuck off with a smile? It's rude. You can't do that without giving me money. Can't women break the glass ceiling? And haven't they? There are many successful women. Yes. Yes, there are. There are many successful women. I'm so glad we fixed the world because there are successful women in it. The moment I can take care of myself, I will attempt to take care of you as a potential husband. Should. Is that the correct answer? Yes. And you should not be allowed out into society until that time. Australia's kids are the worst behaving in the world. Man, there's a lot of really fucking... There are some statements in the chat tonight. What a treat. What an absolute treat. I'm just a girl. I'm just trying to sit here and have like a cute, happy little fun time and maybe make $5 here and there. Okay? That's all. I've been awake like 4 hours for a woman that's really long. And I need a nap soon. I need all my beauty sleep because otherwise I'll have no value in society. Freddie, how did you find my stream? Like, why are you here? Why do you hate me so much? I don't. I am curious as to why you're here. I also find this smiley creepy. I am not going to Ireland, no. You know what? Everybody can answer the question. I don't know, why not be here? Because you could be doing literally anything with your time. Ever notice how some people never answer questions, instead just deflect? Yes, because basically they're attempting to feel some semblance of power that isn't available to them by feeling superior in this format. It's like I didn't do forensic psychology at university almost. Just occasionally, though, I give these people like some semblance of attention before banning them. Just to humanize them a little bit for myself. Because I do know that there are so many people who probably think the exact same way that Freddie does. And like sometimes when that's your reality and you're going around and you seek things to confirm that reality, it confirms itself. Yeah, it's okay. Cutting up eggs for foster kitties? So you hate me because you think differently? No. I don't hate you. You keep accusing me of hating you. I really disagree with the way that you perceive women and the world. And even if the world exists in certain areas the way you think it does, I think it can be better. And I think that you think that men should just have more power and women should fall into line. Or are you a progressive? I don't want to answer your fucking questions. You have the same personality as the last 3 trolls I debated in this way. You're all so boring. Like, honestly, you could be the same person. Like, is this a new account? If it's a new account, I'm convinced you're the same person. 10th of April 2021. Probably not. But you have followers. Are you streaming this? Oh no, you just stream games. Interesting. Freddie, I'm done talking to you for today. I will be ignoring you. You're just young. You're young. And, I can't be bothered. I sometimes forget. Things will make sense in time. Well, there's lots of streams you can watch that don't have face cams on games. It's literally a smorgasbord of content. So go live your dreams. The weather has been so odd. It's so cold. It's so cold. I can't believe I have the heater on. My little doggy is sleeping on her blanket and it's just so cute. Hello, Zaxtron Revolution. Hi. It's so cold. We got so much rain. Anyway, today I got woken up very early by electricians who came to fix this light switch that I had that apparently was too close to water. And it was really hard to do and it took half an hour, but apparently I could have electrocuted myself. Like, it was not a compliant light switch. So, that was annoying. Okay. Sure, Zaxtron. Like, it's so cold. Did someone DIY it? I'm not sure. A phobia is technically delusions. No, they're not. Phobias can come from a very real place. I'm Australian, Will. I don't know. Chat, do you guys have any phobias? I'm pretty scared of heights. But it's not necessarily heights. Like, I can go up high, but I'm quite scared of ledges. Like, I don't trust myself to be sitting on a ledge. And I think that's a pretty, like, I wouldn't say it's a delusion. I would say it's a pretty valid phobia. You can't swim? Do you want to learn to swim? You're afraid of deep water? I'm not really afraid of deep water. Maybe that's an Australian thing. I'm definitely not scared of the ocean. I'm happy to walk in thing. You're scared of drowning? See, I almost drowned at the beach when I was young. My friend's dad saved me. I'm not really scared of drowning. I don't know if that's just because, like, I don't have very many opportunities to drown anymore, but I can swim. Not well, but I can definitely swim and I can definitely float now and stuff like that. Honestly, because it got cold today, I was like, why did I book a holiday to another cold place? Like, why the fuck am I not going to a warm place to sit beside a pool and read a book? That's my next thing. If I do anything other than pool and a book for my next holiday in 5 years' time, you have my permission to be like, Pixel, you are really stupid. Do something else. Afraid of riptides, rogue waves, tsunamis? I mean, they're all valid concerns, but it doesn't matter. I definitely don't have a phobia of cat boys. I love cat boys. They're so cute and fluffy. What about a park and a book? Still might be cold. Do you know what's very interesting to me? It's probably not until this point in my life where I would actually be able to enjoy going and sitting by a pool. Because now that I'm a little bit older, like when I was younger, I was so self-conscious about my body that going to a pool was just like a mortifying experience for me. And like my body is fine. Like normal. Absolutely. Like a bit of cellulite here, a couple of stretch marks here and there, but very normal, very basic body. And yet when I was younger, for the life of me, I could not just like relax sitting next to a pool. I'd be too worried. Everybody was like staring and being like, who does that Argo think she is? Which is just so stupid. I don't know. It just doesn't matter. The early 90s were hell for girls' hair. They really were. It just doesn't matter. And no one cares. Oh, that's pretty scary. Wow, can relate. In school, I lied to teachers that I couldn't swim. We had to do swimming lessons at school. I hated it so much. I hated it so much. I hated all sports at school, to be honest. Swimming lessons and get out of the if it breaks lessons. Just Swedish things. What's that, Tasty? Get out of the ice if it breaks. Oh, out of the ice. Yeah, I've never practiced getting out of ice. But I do know, theoretically, that you go towards the dark. No, light. I don't know. I would be dead. If you fall through the ice, you've got to get out like flat, right? Somehow. Like you have to be quite flat to be able to get out. Like if you get up, back on, how do you do it? You got to plank out. Because you can't stand up straight away or the ice breaks again. We had to do it both with ice picks and without. How do you do it without? Honestly, I think what I would do, because I am relatively flexible, I would put my arms up on the ice and then I would put one leg out on the ice and then I would turn to the side and then I would like army crawl away. How close am I? Am I dead? Basically, just pretend you're a seal and you'll be fine. Good to know. Honestly, I'll get out of the ice and I'll be like, wow, that was so good for my immune system. Basically Wim Hof over here. You're very likely to be out on a frozen lake in Australia, so this is super relevant knowledge. One day I'm going to go ice skating in some Nordic country for sure. It's good to know. For sure. Can't wait. So exciting. That's after the pool. Wow, that really stimulated my vasovagus nerve. Yummy. How good at you are starting a fire in the middle of nowhere. If I have flint or a lighter, I'd probably do okay. If everything around me was damp, I'd probably do very badly. Hey Clouds, welcome back. Good to see you again. Well, my tip is to not go out unless the firemen have been there and made sure it's safe. That's what we do. That's very smart. Lol, if I had something to make fire, I could make a fire. No, as in, like, not everybody can make a fire. Like, you give somebody a thing of matches, and if they don't know that fire requires oxygen and how to build a fire, then a lot of people won't be able to do it. They'll just put a pile of sticks together and they won't understand. They'll put a log on and the fire will go out and they'll be like, well, why didn't that work? Right? But I've watched enough seasons of Alone to know how to make a fire, bitches. And I even practiced making a fire on our girls' trip last June, remember? I did make a fire in the rain. But I did have fire starters, so I did kind of cheat. But still,
You could search the world and
Arclight,
never find such
a
good
sneaky tier 3, 53 months later. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Such good goop. How are Australia's bugs during this time of year? There are none really at the moment. I mean, there's heaps, but I don't know. I haven't noticed any bugs where I am. But I don't really live in the like tropical areas or a particularly dry area or anything. So. Oh my God, that's so funny, Blue. You're hyperfixated on goop. I'm hyperfixated on what color shirt I should wear under this jumper. Yellow? No, yellow is not my color. I feel like it should be, it could be gray. Gray might look okay. I don't know. Chat, I think this hole in my ear has closed over. Because I haven't been wearing earrings for so long. I think it's closed over. Sad. I'm sure you could push it back through maybe. I could. I also just could not be bothered. I'm too scared of shit metal now. Aramps, are you on drugs? No, this is a cartilage piercing up here. Like it definitely goes through the cartilage bit. Chat, do I have a sex curriculum? What? I'm just gonna need you to explain yourself, Aramth. Will this be on the exam? Everything's on the exam. There's a curriculum you have sex to, you abide by. Like it's dictated to you. You must fuck when sex curriculum dictates you to fuck. I think we can just ban this person. And you listen to what ABC says about sex and what women are having sex and when. Thank you so much for this education. I will consider fucking on a schedule. Because that will still be more sex than you are having. Sorry, I do that. I do realize when I say that, that's an attack on everyone. Anyway, I'll try and keep my sex more scheduled from now on. No spontaneity here. I'll keep it in the diary. Oh, chat, it's school holidays. No, it's not. I think it's school holidays. It's Easter holidays here in Australia. Is it Easter holidays? Here in Australia? It is. Sometimes I forget. I saw Peach got a hate comment, right? And she was like, and I was about to rage it, and I opened the profile of the person who was doing the hate comment, and she went and looked at some of their other messages, and the other messages were like, well, yeah, at least my mum's hot and I'm better at math than you.
Boy!
There's a quickie one you wave swex to. You abide by, like it's dick heart boy to you. You must fuck when swex quickie one dick heart boy you to fuck. Ha 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 ha.
This poor text-to-speech lady just got dictated to. Poor baby. Can I have fake plastic toys? Yes, when it comes time for singing, remind me. You can have fake plastic toys. No, she had an orgasm. Clearly. Text to speech lady getting it more than any of us right now. Obviously. She has a better curriculum. We just didn't get the same curriculum. Do you know what I mean? You guys dictate the the thing. Chat, I really don't think I'm going to make it through tonight. Like, now this troll loves God. I'm sorry you feel sad. I hope your love of God gets you through. Either way, doesn't feel like my problem. I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it up the hill. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. I don't think I can make it up the hill. Not the troll hill. How do you know if a girl likes you? They don't. Sorry. Too harsh. You'll know. You won't know. Just talk to people. And if they talk back, keep talking to them. There's no answer to be like, if a girl looks at you at 3 p.m. through her left eyeball, you know she likes you. How do I talk to people if I never leave my house? Unfortunately, you have to leave your house. Not a troll, and I understand. Alright, Jake, if you're not a troll, the world is pretty shitty right now. It is a normal reaction to be sad. Things will get better for you. I promise. There will be moments of joy and happiness in your future. I promise. I can't guarantee that those moments are given to you by God, but they are given to you by yourself. But they are there. They are there. You just have to go looking for them. And sometimes you just have to start really small. For example, like playing Stardew Valley and getting to go into the mines. Who would do that? I would never do that. I would probably do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, that gives me joy. Well, no, not the sex mines, but there are slimes in the mines, and the slimes can fuck. They have slime sex. That is a thing. Same.
ASMR gives me great joy.
Half the chat really doesn't like. Chat, ASMR, yes, no. I'm a yes. I love ASMR. Do you love ASMR? I hated that. Yes. I love ASMR. I love it. Forzy, that was so random as well. No one was expecting that. So good. Did you all get nice little shivers down your spine? Because I do. I sometimes get shivers from myself. Auto ASMR. It's normal. It's fine. Indifferent for the most part. Well, that's good.
I find measures of joy when I get to see you stream. I like looking forward to these moments in the day.
Thriving. Linda, thank you for the $5 and the compliment. Nope, I hate today even more now. Sorry. I hope all your little men have wallpaper. They probably already do. But if it's not fully upgraded, you should probably upgrade your little men's wallpaper. Because how can they go to space without the highest quality wallpaper? Do you know what I mean? The TTS lady sounds excessively content now. Well, she's only come once, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure she can have multiple orgasms. You could test it. You just have to write a ha 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 ha. ASMR.
This is for half the chat, which half, I don't really know. I just love ASMR.
Pussy. Thank you so much for the $20 reduce. No, why? For fun? It's not my fault people remember that I have an ASMR alert. You know? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Unmitigated violence. I love it. It's just so fun. A little bit of violence. Consensual violence. Actually, none of you really consented to that. But you do by watching the stream. Poor Moogles is missing out. Moogles would be so glad that he is not here. All right, everybody. It's that time of the week. It's that time of the week where you have to take your goddamn medicine. That's right, we have to inform ourselves just a little bit. We don't do it every day now. Why? Mental illness. But we've got to do it occasionally. Why? Because self-discipline, not in the Jordan Peterson unsexy way, but in the Pixel Smixel self-discipline way, is a good thing. Sometimes. And that's just the way it is. And that's the way it is. 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 That's the way it is.
106.9 Cult FM. Breaking news.
All billionaires under 30 have inherited their wealth. Research finds 15 young billionaires are among the first wave of a 5.2 trillion transfer of wealth by the aging super rich. All of the world's billionaires younger than 30 inherited their wealth, the first wave of the great wealth transfer, in which more than 1,000 wealthy people are expected to pass on more than 5.2 trillion to their heirs over the next 2 decades. There are already more billionaires than ever before, and the number expected to soar in the coming years as an elderly generation of super rich people prepare to give their fortunes to the children. Research by Forbes magazine found there were 15 billionaires aged 30 or under, but that none had created their own wealth, instead benefiting from huge inheritances. Among them are Ireland's Feroz Mystery, his brother Zahan, who each have an estimated 4.9 billion from their stakes in Tata Sons, the parent company of the Indian conglomerate Tate Group, which owns car brands including Jaguar, Land Rover. They inherited their 4.6% stakes in the company in 2022 after the death of their father, Cyrus Mystery, who died less than 3 months after their grandfather, Palonji. 3 children of Leonardo da Vinci, the founder of luxury sunglasses company Luxottica, became billionaires after his death in 2022. Do you know I'm pretty sure one company owns all sunglasses? I do think that is one company owns most of the sunglasses. The world's youngest billionaire is Livia Voigt, 19, who has a $1.1 billion fortune thanks to a 3.1% stake in WEG Industries, a Brazilian electrical equipment producer co-founded by her grandfather. He died in 2016. Wow. Imagine being a billionaire at 19. The richest person on the planet is the majority owner of the luxury goods conglomerate LVMH, Bernard Arnault. He is 75 and has recently promoted his children to key roles in the business. Arnault has an estimated fortune of $233 billion, a 10% increase on last year. Could I just have one? Oh, I would do such good things with it. I really would. Just a 1 billion? Just a one? You know? Man, chat, the wealth disparity, it is a scary, scary thing, this wealth disparity. I do not see it ending well for most of us. Jeff Bezos buys a $90 million Florida mansion to live in while his other newly purchased 147 million homes are demolished for a mega mansion. Lol. Wow, chat, Microsoft has security issues. Cut to everybody gasping at this brand new news.
106.9 Cult FM. Breaking news.
Scathing federal report rips Microsoft for shoddy security insincerity in response to Chinese hack. In a scathing indictment of Microsoft corporate security and transparency, a Biden administration appointed review board issued a report Tuesday saying a cascade of errors by the tech giant let state-backed Chinese cyber operators break into email accounts of senior U.S. officials during, including Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. The Cyber Safety Review Board, created in 2021 by executive order, describes shoddy cybersecurity practices, lacks corporate culture, and a lack of sincerity about the company's knowledge of the targeted breach, which affected multiple U.S. agencies that deal with China. Wow, I can't believe Microsoft has security issues. This is brand new information. Who could have ever seen this coming? Wow. I can't believe it. It concluded that Microsoft's security culture was inadequate and requires an overhaul given the company's ubiquity and critical role in the global technology ecosystem. Microsoft products underpin essential services that support national security, the foundations of our economy, and public health and safety. I mean, they're not wrong. Right. Data is a very real resource at the moment. But to think that you have any privacy, like there was a few, like, you know, a bunch of years ago, people fought for privacy. Who fights for their privacy these days? Who's accepting cookies these days? Most of the time, I'm accepting a few fucking cookies and then I just clear them occasionally. It's not great. It's not great. But you kind of have like no choice but to accept cookies sometimes unless you do the workaround. Google knows everything of me. I mean, this is the thing. There's not really any way to navigate the online world with any semblance of privacy. You either have to engage in Apple's interface or Google's interface. It's one or the other. Like, yeah. I do everything I can, but largely don't care anymore. Yeah. I don't even care at this point. Yep. You can keep your privacy, but you use so much functionality, you have to put so much extra effort in, it's not worth it. Exactly. And that's the thing. Although, like, maybe some of these higher up companies should have better security, but like, no, the US government are not banning Microsoft after this. They have no option. What are they going to do? Overhaul every government facility? Like, do you know how fucked government shit here is? It's still running like Windows 8 or whatever the like earliest one is. None of the upgrades ever go through. So many governments are running on very old versions of Microsoft Windows. It's so fucked. I don't know if it's Windows 8. Maybe it's Windows XP or something. The Chinese hack was initially disclosed in July by Microsoft in a blog post and carried out by a group the company calls Storm 0558. The same group, the panel noted, has been engaged in similar intrusions. Wow. Wow. Groundbreaking. Marty, I'm pretty sure everybody just agrees to those new terms and conditions. Of course it is, Eben. Like, yeah, David, they just wouldn't. They're stuck with Microsoft. Like, again, a lot of these like investigations are kind of just bullshit at the end of the day. It's like we need someone to blame. Please. And then we move on. Anyway, I don't know if you've seen this going on in Australia, you guys, but this is pretty interesting.
106.9 Cult FM. Breaking news.
Bruce Lemon defamation trial. Channel 7 offered Taylor Orbach promotion after rebuking him for charging Thai massages to corporate card. On his first day of evidence, former Spotlight producer claims Lerman had cocaine and Googled sex workers on a night out. Taylor Orbach was offered a pay rise, a promotion from Channel 7 after the TV producer admitted to putting $10,000 on a corporate credit card to pay for Thai massages for Bruce Lerman, the federal court has heard. The former Spotlight producer said he was mortified when he woke up the next day and realized he had charged the company for services at his Elizabeth Bay apartment, and he sent his resignation by email in November 2022. The sensational evidence came on the first day of the reopening of the defamation trial after Network 10 won the right to present fresh evidence. The fresh evidence in the form of affidavits from Orbach alleging Lemon gave 7 confidential documents from his criminal trial has delayed the judgment Justice Michael Lee was scheduled to hand down on Thursday. If proven, the evidence could both go to Lemon's credibility and raise questions as to whether he abused the court process, which may affect the quantum of any damages he is awarded should his claim be successful. Lee, possibly as early as next week, will rule on whether Lemon, a former Liberal staffer, was defamed by Lisa Wilkinson and 10 when the Project broadcast an interview with Brittany Higgins in 2021 in which she alleged she had been raped in Parliament House. He agreed that in the resignation letter he apologized for spending the money on the corporate card, which had nothing to do with work, but he now insists that evening was to do with work. Orbach told the court that on a different occasion, Lemon issued invoices to 7 to reimburse him for money he spent on illegal drugs and sex workers. What a stand-up, definitely not rapist. Under cross-examination, Orbach said that Lemon had a bag of cocaine and sex workers at the Meriton Hotel in the city, but the two men devised a plan to issue an invoice for per diems or reasonable expenses while on work trips, which Orbach claims 7 agreed to pay. Anything for a good story, am I right? Lemon's barrister, Matthew Richardson, suggested there were no per diems paid and it didn't happen. Liar. It did, Orbach said. Orbach said his former boss, executive producer, Mark Llewellyn, gave verbal approval for the invoices to be paid. For instance, they accused Orbach of hating people at Channel 7. You particularly hate Steve Jackson, your colleague from 7 who worked on the Lemon story, don't you? Orbach, yes. He confirmed he was upset that his name was not on Spotlight's Walkley award entry for the Lemon story and that he had complained to 7 and to the Walkleys about being left out. However, Orbach insisted he was not proud of the Lemon story. He was also cross-examined about sending naked photographs of a woman to journalists in recent weeks. He admitted to sending the photo, disagreed that the woman was vulnerable, and said he did not know it was a criminal act to send photographs of that nature without her consent. Wow, such stand-up men in here. Lemon's legal team played the court a video of Orbach had posted on social media in which he destroyed Jackson's golf clubs. Orbach's solicitor, Rebecca Giles, told the court her client had left 7 after sustaining a psychiatric injury at the hands of Llewellyn and Jackson. Just remember that Brittany Higgins' trial was declared a mistrial and she decided to not go through it again. And this man is trying to get a payout for defamation. That's definitely not rapist.
Boy!
In academia, entrenched epistemologies prompt vociferous defenses, exacerbating irreconcilable schisms. This tension shapes knowledge acquisition, posing a formidable challenge to bridging the gap.
That's very true, and lots of big words. It'll be very interesting to see how this trial plays out. No, I think it was just a nice $5. A nice $5 about attempting to bridge gaps. You know, like an irreconcilable schism, for example, is like a belief in God. Like it can be very difficult for somebody who is agnostic and somebody who believes in God to bridge a gap. And then you have all sorts of biases that don't allow you to deeply question some of your like base moral foundations because it's very uncomfortable. Your sweater looks cozy today. Thank you for all of the comments on my sweater. I'm glad you all like it. I bought it in the first year of the pandemic, and it's been one of my favorite jumpers ever since. Chat, type 1 if you've seen this sweater before. I honestly thought most of you would have seen it like 15 times before now. Liar, Tasty.
I love people who roll on in and realize very quickly how wonderful I am.
Hello, political person guy. Thank you for the raid. Viv, god damn it.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so
Thank you for continuing your gifted sub. Thank you for converting. But great sat in USA, you're annoying. Why do you want to tell me that? Going to sleep, have a good night, and watch out for Viv. I shall indeed. I've got questions for great sat in USA first. I always find it funny, right, when somebody comes in from a chat and is like, either they're like, if it's a troll and they're like, I have a really big dick, or if it's like somebody trying to say that somebody else has a really big dick, like that's a good thing. He was dead, of course. Of course he was. But I think it's funny. Because it just assumes that, like, that's just a really good thing no matter what. blah, 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 bitch. Good point. Do you want to know my hot take? Men who call women bitches on the internet can't fuck. It's science. I don't know what to tell you. It's just how science works.
Nature's anthropomorphism showcases its capriciousness, scattering humanity in a diaspora of adaptation. Time, like Methuselah's age, lambasts us in this rapacious world. Amidst uncertainty, our predilection for understanding underscores the ubiquitous cue.
Okay, somebody is literally putting their sentences into AI, into like an AI thesaurus. I don't know who's doing this, but it's so silly. Stop putting your sentences into a thesaurus. It's very embarrassing. No, it doesn't matter what size your dick is. No. The term can't fuck is an umbrella term. We are all shipwrecks on the shore of humanity. As a lesbian, I dread arthritis. I don't think you need to dread arthritis. Honestly, aging into the universe is going to be fine. I need to go pray. All right. See ya. I agree. Praying can be very valuable. All right, off to it then. I forgive you, Viv, for now. Anyway, here's some Australian environmental news.
106.9 Cult FM. Breaking news.
Scientific body given just $100,000 a year to fight deadly fire ants, Senate inquiry told. The CSIRO said it only received $1 million over the last 10 years to combat the highly invasive pests, despite pioneering research into their management. Australia's leading scientific research body received just $100,000 a year towards combating fire ants, a Senate inquiry into the highly invasive pests has heard. At the third and final session of public hearings for the Senate inquiry on Monday, the committee's chair, Senator Matt Canavan, said some of the evidence he had heard freaked him out. I don't really like Matt Canavan, but, you know, whatever. Red imported fire ants, Rufo, are believed to have entered Australia in the 1990s and were discovered at Brisbane Port in 2001. A program spanning state, territory, and federal governments was created to eradicate RIFA and has been allocated more than $1.2 billion of federal and state funding. Of that, $593 million covers 2023 to 2027. But the CSIRO's Executive Director of Future Industries, Kirsten Rose, said the agency has only received about $1 million, most of its government funded, towards combating fire ants over the last 10 years. Just tell Matt Canavan you can get more coal with it. Yeah, that. He's just, yeah. Yeah, he's pretty conservative. I don't know, we have a fire ant problem. Do you have fire ants where you live? Up to 650,000 Australians could be stung each year, and the beef industry could be slashed by 40%. Not the beef industry. No, for real. The Australian beef industry is huge. Nah, just the midges. Probably we got tropical forests. Honestly, tropical bugs scare me more than any Australian bug. I don't know if that is because I'm just used to the Australian ones. But tropical bugs scare me a lot. Like giant centipedes and millipedes. Tropical diseases take no prisoners. Yeah, it's a bit... Ugh. This is pretty scary. The UK is at risk of summer water shortages and hosepipe bans, scientists warn. Hot and dry conditions could force measures despite country experiencing wettest 18 months since records began. I was just thinking about this today. What if I buy a great raincoat and then it doesn't rain in Scotland? Thoughts? Like, I'm Australian, I might take the really dry weather over with me and then it just won't rain, actually. It'll rain? Are you sure it'll rain? Are you sure? How can you be sure? You live in Melbourne, you'll find a use for it. I'm definitely buying one, you guys. May and early June do tend to be nice, but it will still rain, right? I'm absolutely buying a raincoat. I tried on 2 today. Hold on. I tried on 2 today. I didn't buy. I know that they're there now. I did not buy these. You ready? I did not buy these, okay? This is like some weird khaki color. Right? God, that's a bit close up. It looks browner than it is here. It's a real off yellow color. I don't know what to tell you. Right? But it's waterproof and it would do the trick, most likely. Or there's this white color, but I feel like that's so white. Who reckons half her luggage will be coats? I don't intend for it to be. I think it's just a bit white. The other one would last longer. Yeah, but I also think that that's still too light. Like, I kind of want brown. But then if I wear brown everything, am I a turd? I think that, you know how we looked at the Dryzer Bones last night? I think they're too heavy. But I'm worried if I wear green, I'll just blend into Scotland. Like, what if I get lost and I'm in a green raincoat and then I just blend into Scotland? Because I'm like grass and people miss me. Like, what if I get left behind? You do have a good chance it'll rain, but it's not 100%. Here I am, like, slightly hoping it rains. Oh my God, like, do I need summer clothes? It's in May. No, you won't need Aussie summer clothes during a European summer. Do I need t-shirts? It could easily be 25 and you're sweating your ass off complaining about how hot it is. Just check the weather. Hey, Timmy, I'm pretty good. Or on the flip side, it could be 12 degrees and pouring. I need some shirts. I need some shirts. You know, some shirts. Layers. I need some singlets. Remember when you were kids and you used to wear singlets? My mum would always make me put a singlet on under my school dress if it was cold. You know, got to wear a singlet under your dress if it's cold. Is that not what you guys call them? Is this an Australian colloquialism? You guys don't know what a singlet is? Is this an Australian colloquialism? Shut up! No, it's not a white beater. A white beater. A wife beater. It's like a singlet. Yeah, it's just like a they're just they kind of just like look like this, sort of. Like this. Like the ones I used to wear under my school dress were like this one. Like this one. It's just an undershirt, I guess, but they call like. Do you not call them singlets? So it's a top. Yeah? What's your point? Yeah, that's a tank top. It's a singlet. Chat, I need to eat something and my dog needs
crying
to...
out loud!
There once was an Aussie, it's true, whose looks were compared to Fresh. Went to Scotland one day, but alas, lost her way. Now she's wandering, asking, where's Perth? 2.
Now I'm going to have to wear an all brown outfit and be like, shit explores Scotland. Do you need to do wee-wees, my baby? Chat, I was thinking I might put some dumplings in the steamer and eat some. I got some of the ones from Aldi. They're just prawn ones. I don't know what they'll taste like. Do you want to see? I got them from Aldi. They're really good. I'll show you. They look like this. Have you guys seen these? Remove frozen product from packaging and place on baking paper. Place in steamer. Steam for 10 minutes until cooked through. I can do that. What's in them? Prawn, bamboo shoots, soybean oil, tapioca starch, sugar, sesame oil, salt, ground white pepper, yeast extract, egg white powder. That's the filling. I'll let you know if they're nice. Oh. Comes with sauce. How many should I have? I guess we'll find out. I've got to boil the kettle anyway. Hold on. Oh no! The pot I would use to put under the steamer is out of action unless I wash it. I have to go use my brain. I will be back. Chat, this isn't going to work, is it? Or do you think it would work? Will it work? I have a lid. Obviously, I have a lid. Yeah, this pot is also from Aldi. It was great. It was a great purchase. You could put water in the dirty pot. No, it's still got stew in it. It will drip a lot. That's fine. It's only water, I guess. It's still got stew in it. It's in my fridge with stew in it. I need to throw it out. That's a tomorrow job. Okay. What's the time? 9:34. I've got to check it in 5 minutes and move it a bit, and then 10 minutes. Also, Dead Poet Society, thank you for the 1337. I'm very grateful. Can't believe we skipped 69.69 though. That's very sad. I haven't eaten enough today. In fact, I've only had a coffee. Oops. Oops. Oh. Oops. I forgot. How did I forget? Well, I had this. Oh, I haven't had my pill though. You ever put something away too good? Shit. Also, walking around has made me realize how hungry I am. Oh my god. Like in a safe place that I'll totally remember. Yeah, I've forgotten. Do you need to wee-wees? Come on. I never lose things like this. My pill that I'm supposed to take in the mornings. I feel like I feel like someone's stolen it. That's the only reasonable explanation. No, 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 no. I've lost the box of like month-long packets. Beamed it up to the Enterprise. Seriously, someone's stolen it. Like, I'm going mad. Like, I'm going to give them 2 more minutes. But I've lost. I'm going to have to go to the chemist. They're going to look at me funny. Because I've legitimately lost them. How is that possible? 2 more minutes. How is that possible? Unless they're in the car? Check your bag? I checked my bag. I checked my bag. think it's because of the way I'm steaming them, but they need way longer. They're still kind of cold. You guys, I have a pill box. Like, I have like a medicine box that I put everything in. I'm so hungry, I'm gonna pass out. Have you checked the car? No. I feel like they have to be in the car. But I don't know why they would be in the car. You might be able to think where they are if you're not super hungry. I am very hungry. I'm so dumb. I can't believe I forgot to eat. Maybe it's in the bag that I take to my mom's. No. You love cooking for yourself? Not really. I don't really like cooking for myself at all. Where's it normally? Car, then text mom. I don't remember taking them to my mum's. I only remember buying them and putting them in my bag. But then I would have brought them home and taken them out of my bag and put them away safely because I still had a few left. I did just have a look in the refrigerator. They are not there. I don't know why they'd be in the cupboard. I'm so hungry. Oh no. They're with Pixel's treats now. Maybe they are in Pixel's treat bag. My prawn dumplings need just like a couple more minutes. This is so weird. I am so hungry. Holy fuck. Oh no. Sorry, chat. I have ceased to function as a person. Why did I leave it so long? How is it already 10 o'clock? Look under the bed or behind the bed? No.
No, baby. I love you, but no. I love you, but no.
No. Oh, do you remember? No. See, it's not the thing. I have the empty packet of last month's pills. I need a new packet. And I don't know where it is. And I'm going to have to go buy more. And that's so annoying because I should still have 3 more months. And yet I don't know where those 3 more months are. And when I go in, they'll be like, well, where are your other 3 months? And I'll be like, I lost them because I'm an idiot. I'm really hoping these are cooked. If they're not, you may be witnessing a mental breakdown. I feel like they're probably in the car. They're at the same place you put the remote, in the bin. This is going to be too hot to eat, probably. No, it's not. It is barely cooked, though. Well, at least that one was. Maybe that was on edge one. I'm probably giving myself food poisoning. Maybe nuke it for 15-20 seconds. In fact, I think you guys are right. You guys, I don't think my brain works anymore. I think you should all unsubscribe. I think you should unsubscribe. I think you're doing yourself a disservice by listening to me say anything, because I am of the opinion that my brain doesn't work anymore. Why were they in the microwave? Because Musky, that's the opposite of what I asked.
Musky _ gifted a tier 1 sub to Cake Punk.
Okay, on another note, can confirm these taste pretty good. Why were they in the microwave? Because my usual...
Timmy Tucker gifted a tier
that's
1 sub to
failure.
Mr. Whiskers.
That's the opposite of what I said I wanted. My brain doesn't work anymore. You all have to leave. I'm sorry. I tried. I lasted 7 years. It's it. It's over. We're done. Capiche? GG. Fare ye well. Hot. Hot, hot, hot. Hot.
Tiny _ Pusilus gifted a tier 1 sub to unsubscribe _ They have given 1036 gift subs in the channel.
This is an unsubscribe train that nobody's allowed to touch. This is the train to nowhere. This isn't the midnight train to Georgia. All right? It's not the Glenfinnian Viaduct. It's not even a V line. It's the train to nowhere. Oh my God, I am so hungry. I have the shakes. You can't see. How did I forget to eat all day? Sometimes I'm like actually worried about my brain. Like I'm full worried
Tasty
about my brain.
Velociraptor gifted a tier 1 sub to Pilsimi Boots. They have given 1518 gift subs in the channel. Teres gifted a tier 1 sub to Bye Bye Now. They have given 460 gift subs in the channel.
I hope Nowhere enjoys all your visits. Like, I'm actually worried about my brain. Where are my pills? Why did I forget to eat? Am I dying? Lucky I'm going on a holiday. That's an ADHD symptom, forgetting to eat. Yeah, but I don't have ADHD. Not so loud. Big dinner yesterday, though. I had the potatoes. I made baked potatoes, remember? Yeah, that's right. You're the one streamer without ADHD. Worry about the coat trip. I have to worry about getting food in me right now. I have the shakes. I feel sick. I could vomit. Your memory is fine? Yeah, but where are my pills? I'm convinced someone stole them. They probably fell out your bag in the car. No, I think I threw them out. I reckon I've accidentally thrown them out. I'm going to have to clean tomorrow. I'll clean tomorrow. My house is clean though. I'll organize tomorrow. Oh my God. I'm so hungry and so tired at the same time. This is what, like, this feeling is what I think it's like on Alone, except 100-fold. You know, where you know you have to eat, but you're so tired that you can't be bothered eating? This, like, 100-fold is what it's like to be on Alone. Like this, like, I can't be bothered putting this in my mouth, but I know I have to. Imagine being on Alone and, like, being so hungry that you know you have to fish, but you can't fish because you're so weak and you're so tired. Sunday night, Alone watches, 8 o'clock, after singing stream, always. During the on season, I finish singing stream just before 8 p.m. and then we do movie night. Alone Australia, new season. Ma. Me? Ever like Stargate? I would never. Samantha Carter is the reason I wanted to be smart. And look, I didn't make it all the way to astrophysicist. And I may have forgotten where my pills were and forgotten to eat. Not great. What Stargate tattoo did you get? You mean this one? You have to subscribe now. It's the rules. I'm joking. You don't have to. That was my first tattoo. I now have many. I feel like I need some sugar. Cozy lobster vibes. Am I giving lobster? I have not played the new Stargate game.
Most people around my age know
Get excited, chat. It's history night. But before I put it on, I am going to get myself a little drinky poo. A little bit of sugary doogery. I'm fucking pumped. Get it. Allow me this moment of React Andrea content. Hold on. What's the drink? Lemon sparkling mineral water from Aldi. Delicious. No, it's lemon sparkling mineral water, not lemonade. Guys, it's probably just lemonade. Bougie. It was less than $2. You can Google it if you want. It's from Aldi. It tastes really good. It tastes like Solo. It's like off-brand Solo. It came free in her Bugatti. Sure did.
know one thing about the Oregon Trail, and that's that you're likely to die of dysentery. But it turns out there was so much more to this 2,000+ mile trek west, including the fact that it took 4 to 6 months, and that you'd be having about 500 campfire meals, many of which would have been Johnny cakes and bacon. So thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video as we try not to die of dysentery. This time on Tasting History. So for those who don't know, the Oregon Trail was actually a collection of wagon trails that went from Independence, Missouri to Oregon City, Oregon. And from 1846 to 1869, about 400,000 settlers, farmers, miners, ranchers, and their families used it to cross 2,000.
Was this the trail that we saw in Yellowstone prequel? Or was that a different one? Reminder to share the link. Oh, did I not share it? I thought I did. I must have stopped halfway through.
And 200 miles of prairie, desert, and mountain terrain. Now, it wasn't exactly a single trail, and there were people who would split off to go settle in California or Utah, but in general, for about half of the year, there were wagon trains heading west along a general trail. And the people in those wagons were known as emigrants, and every morning around 4 a.m., they would wake up, start making fires so they could prepare their breakfast. And one of the most common breakfasts was bacon, hoe cakes, or Johnny cakes, which are a corn cake, and coffee. Now, these Johnny cakes were very popular at the time. They had been popular.
Imagine like just eating the same shit. I mean, I kind of eat the same shit a lot anyway, but like, I mean, I guess there was more.
Popular since the 18th century, and they went under a host of names, including hoe cakes, but also Indian meal cakes or Indian corn cakes, which is what the Farmers and Emigrants Complete Guide from 1856 calls it.
America and corn. Name a more iconic duo. You can hunt way more food than you can carry in that game. Oh, for sure. But even when you hunt, you've got to be able to carry. If it's big game, you've got to be able to preserve it and carry it anyway.
Written by Josiah T. Marshall, it says, take 1 quart of sifted Indian meal, 2 tablespoonfuls of molasses, 2 teaspoonfuls of salt, a bit of shortening, lard or butter, half as big as a hen's egg. Stir these together, make it pretty moist with scalding water, put it into a well-greased pan, smooth the surface, and bake it brown on both sides before...
I really dislike the flavor of molasses. I would have been fucked in this time. Molasses doesn't hit. I get it. Like, it's not for, like,
for a quick fire. Now he does have instructions to make a fancier version that has milk and cinnamon and ginger, but I'm going to make this basic version because I feel like this is what most people would have been eating on most mornings on the Oregon Trail. And frankly, if you need the fancy version, then the Oregon Trail is probably not for you. I would go with something like a meal from today's sponsor, HelloFresh. See, unlike the immigrants on the Oregon
That's very smooth, Max. Well done.
Trail who ate a lot of salt pork and hardtack, the ingredients from HelloFresh are just that. Fresh. They deliver boxes of quality ingredients right to your doorstep so you don't have to go to the grocery store as often, and all of the ingredients are pre-portioned so there's less time spent prepping and more time spent cooking and eating. And with over 45 weekly...
You know, I do think HelloFresh and other like meal prep services make it really easy for families to cook like decent. Like, it really does take half the work out of it. It's not for me. But I think, like, if you're a young family of 4 and you want to do cooking together with your kids because it's such a good developmental task, I think HelloFresh is really good because it takes so much of the prep work out.
Recipes to choose from, there's plenty of variety and something for everyone, whether you're a vegetarian, pescatarian, or if you're in a hurry, they have a whole lineup of quick and easy meals, which are the ones that I really like, for those nights where you just want to get to eating. Yesterday, I made the crispy maple mustard chicken with roasted potato wedges and carrots. The sauce was wonderfully tangy, and I followed it up with one of HelloFresh's New York-style cheesecakes.
Yum.
So to give HelloFresh a try, just go to HelloFresh.com or use my link in the description and use code TASTINGHISTORYSWEET to get free dessert for life. You get 1 free dessert in every box as long as the subscription is active. That's Tasting History Sweet at HelloFresh.
Free dessert for life, chat. It's quite a sell.
HelloFresh.com for free dessert for life. I'm sure those people on the Oregon Trail would have really appreciated some free dessert. Alas, at least in the mornings, all they had was Johnny Cakes and bacon. They had other.
Yeah, I did Muscle Chef for a bit until I accidentally ate one that was out of date. Do you guys remember when that happened? And I was like, why does it taste like lemon? And now every single Muscle Chef meal that I eat, it makes me want to gag. Because I remember that one that I ate so much of that tasted like lemon. No, it was lamb. Pseudo dreamy. It was like potato and pumpkin and I don't know. I haven't been the same since, to be honest. I was so I'm never doing it again.
Things, but to make Johnny Cakes...
Between that and the salmon, it's been a rough time for me. Oh, fuck, even remembering it makes me feel sick.
And bacon, what you'll need is 2 cups or 300 grams of fine cornmeal, 1 tablespoon of molasses, 1 teaspoon of salt, 2 tablespoons or 30 grams of unsalted butter, and some boiling water. And then you'll also need some grease to grease the pan. And the best way to get grease, and probably how they would have done it, is to fry the bacon in that pan. It also should give the Johnny Cakes some nice bacony flavor. So first fry up your bacon however you like it, then set it aside, but keep the grease
That is some chunky ass bacon.
in the pan. Then add the molasses, salt, and the butter into the cornmeal, and then work it all in by hand. Then pour some boiling water in, and using a spoon, start mixing it together. Now the amount of
The most American looking thing I've ever seen.
water that you add is really up to you. For a firmer cake, you're gonna add about 3/4 of a cup of water, but you can add a little bit more for a looser cake. He's not super specific in how
Imagine somebody referring to your cake as loose.
wet this mixture should be, but he does say that it should be smoothed on the top. So if it's too loose, you won't be able to smooth it. It'll just automatically do it. So I'm guessing it's a little firmer. So
No, this guy is hot. He's hot in the clean gay way. He's such a clean gay. You look at him and he's just so clean and clean. You know? Like, he's such a clean human being to look at. You know? Is there hot in a dirty gay way? Absolutely, there is. Absolutely. But then again, you don't really have to go gay to get hot in the dirty way. It's just being straight. Joking. You know what I mean. Clean gay sounds like a slur. Well, it's not. It's a compliment.
So form up some round cakes by hand and then heat the grease up and carefully set the cake in. Now, unlike pancakes, which will have little bubbles form on the top that let you know when it's time to flip it, these don't have that, so you kind of just gotta eyeball it. For me, it took about 3 minutes on one side and then 2 minutes on the other side. So obviously, if we're able to make these, we know that the immigrants would have been bringing cornmeal, molasses, bacon, and salt. When it comes to the butter, they would have often brought a milk cow with them, and in the morning they would milk it.
What's next? Solid gay and liquid gay? I mean, you can put any descriptor in. You know, you can. You can. You can. But like, it's all hot. It's just not for everyone. Like, I'm okay if somebody's got like a slightly dirty look, but if they're actually dirty, it's an immediate no. Like, you can look a bit grimy and that's fine. And honestly, in a lot of ways, kind of hot. But if you're actually grimy, it's an immediate red card. Don't know what to tell you. You know, I really like cows. Peaches made me very sad about pigeons though. Like, we're so mean to pigeons. And now they're like a pest. Like, we got telephones, like Peach cries about this on TikTok all the time. But we got telephones and then decided that pigeons, we didn't need them anymore. And now they don't even know what to do with their lives. They just kind of just like bobble around as pests. It's so sad. Really, when you think about it, it is quite sad. You can eat pigeon. Like, they used to be very busy and take messages from place to place. And now they just scrounge around looking for trash and people think they have diseases. I think we'll have to sing Feed the Birds tonight, chat.
Put it into a pail and attach it to the bottom of the wagon, and throughout the day the jostling of the wagon would actually churn it into butter that they would have that night, some nice fresh butter. But it wasn't all Johnny cakes and bacon for every meal every day. So what else did those pioneers pack up to take with them before shouting, "Wagons! Ho!"
I didn't realize there was singing on the Oregon Trail. How exciting.
So it's the 1850s, and you have just had it with the East Coast. So you're moving west using that newfangled Oregon Trail. So you make your way to Independence, Missouri, where you pack up your covered wagon. Now, these were not the really big covered wagons that were rambling down the streets of America at.
I cannot imagine traveling in a wagon or on a horse or walking alongside a wagon for 6 months. Jesus.
at the time. No, these were smaller covered wagons known as prairie schooners. And you need to gather up 4 to 6 months worth of provisions and pack it all into this rather small wagon. Luckily, people who have gone before you have written down general guidelines of what you might need. And when it comes to food, which is what I'm concerned with, for 3 people, they say you should bring about 5 barrels or 1,080 pounds of flour, 600 pounds of bacon, 100 pounds of coffee, 5 pounds of tea, 150 pounds sugar, 75 of rice, 50 of dried fruit, 50 of salt, pepper, and other seasonings, and 10 pounds of saleratus, or baking soda. Other guides from the period say to bring about 200 pounds of lard, plenty of dried beans, dried fruit, and cornmeal, and of course about 120 pounds of hardtack. Many people also brought that milk cow as well as...
I love that every time he says hardtack in a video, he cuts to that clip. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny.
chickens for eggs. Now, all this food was either packed in barrels or more often in provision boxes, which could be stacked and so they wouldn't jostle around too much, and they could be used for chairs and tables, which was really convenient when you had no chairs and tables. Now, since there was no refrigeration, you might think that things like bacon and lard would go bad really quickly. But people would take that and pack it inside of the barrel that had the flour or the cornmeal to keep it away from any sun, and so it would stay for pretty much the entire journey. Now, in addition to food, you needed to bring some cooking utensils. This typically meant a frying pan.
And then you have me, who ate a out-of-date Muscle Chef meal. How times have changed. Chat, we as a society are doomed. Like, if we had to go back to this time, there would be so many people who just die because they don't know basic food safety. Including me, probably. Like, for real, for real. So many people haven't even done, like, a basic first aid course. Like, I'm sure there's a bunch of people who don't know how to put up a tent or build an A-frame. I know how to do both of those things. I don't know how to build an A-frame, but I've watched a lot of people do it on alone, and how hard can it be?
A Dutch oven, a kettle or coffee pot, tin plates and cups, and maybe a reflector oven, which would bounce the heat off of an open fire to bake cakes and pies. But in general, when it comes to packing, less is more. There was actually one pioneer from the time who had made the...
I know how to handle gunshot wounds, so that's something. How do you handle a gunshot wound? You got to take the bullet out, I know that, most of the time. You got to take the bullet out, and then I assume you've got to pack it a little bit for a bit to clot the blood, and then I assume you have to sew it together. Yeah. How'd I do? How'd I do? Can I fix your gunshot wound? Would you feel safe with me? My job. Me. No. What do you mean? Look, I would be like Claire. If there was ever a revolution / war, I've watched so much Outlander, I would be a good nurse. Probably not a good fighter. But I could pack a gunshot wound or two. Blood doesn't make me woozy or anything. I think you'd sell me out to save yourself. Nah, I'd keep you around. You're good for morale. You give final girl vibes, so that means I'm dead? Oh no, that's true though. I definitely am final. Like, I would be the last one alive. But that's also why I'd keep you, Louis, because you don't have to run fast. You just have to run faster than one other person. You know what I mean? I'm so funny. If you didn't get hit in an artery, your biggest threat is infection from the dirty clothing that's now on your body. cut it off, pour alcohol on it. You gotta pour alcohol on it. What if everybody around is going sober? This is why everybody can't be sober. You should always have a little thing of alcohol on you all the time. Just in case you get a wound. Infection is the big real thing to worry about. It is. That's why you should have like antibiotics, probably. That's why your first stop in case of an apocalypse should probably be the pharmacy. And then you should go in there and you should get all of the amoxicillin and you should hoard it. And then you should sell it to people. You should trade it for like other stuff. Anyway, this is your educational content with me. We were learning about the Oregon Trail.
Trek before, and he is scoffing at those he sees overpacking. They laid in an oversupply of bacon, flour, and beans, and in addition thereto, every conceivable gimcrack and useless article that the wildest fancy could devise, or human ingenuity.
See, that's stupid. Because there's too many rivers to cross, and if your wagon's real heavy, then you have to carry everything. It's fucked, man.
Could invent. Pins and needles, brooms and brushes, ox shoes and horseshoes, lasts and leather, glass beads and hawk's bells, jumping jacks and jew harps, rings and bracelets, pocket mirrors and pocket books, calico vests and boiled shirts. And much of this stuff would end up abandoned on the side of the trail within the first few weeks of travel.
Yeah.
Now, the food that you're packing is not
But it does say something about human nature in which we are a bit sentimental about the things that we have, and we do worry that we won't be able to get them again. You know? But yeah, then you realize it's a bit heavy, and maybe no. Maybe no.
Of course, the only food that you're going to have on the journey. People were walking most of the 15 to 20 miles that they traveled each day because being in the wagon was really uncomfortable. It was really bumpy. They didn't have any shocks or anything, so most people were walking. So they were using up
15 to 20 miles a day. How many kilometers is that? Because isn't that like a lot? Like, is that a marathon every day? 32 kilometers? Absolutely fucking not. What children were doing that? What?
A lot of calories. So it was necessary to find extra victuals along the way. And in the early years, there were no shops or trading posts along the trail. But by the 1850s, forts like Fort Kearny and Fort Laramie would have stores where you could top off your provisions or replace anything that might have broken, provided that they had it, and they very often didn't. They were usually...
Yeah, no wonder people started getting fucking excited about the train. Imagine, you don't have to walk across the fucking country anymore, and it's like, woohoo, choo-choo.
Just as out of things as you were. But if they did have it, you were probably going to be paying like 5 times as much as you would back in...
One of my favorite little train philosophies, by the way, is that the invention of the train, or the beginning of the train as a mode of transport, also kind of led to what might have been the idea of the TV. Like being able to, like obviously there were like plays and stuff like that, but being able to see the panoramic view as you go by in a train has to do with like the visuals that you can see on a TV and the way it moved.
Missouri, because what else are you going
I don't know if that's true. I did hear it somewhere. I could be lying. Someone Google it.
to do? A much less expensive way to get food, if a little more difficult, was to go back to your roots in hunting and gathering.
The first film for entertainment was of a train arriving? Was it really?
And sometimes that would mean actual roots, things like wild onions and garlic, and something called camas root. The pioneer Phoebe Judson, writing about the American Indians she met, said the camas root, a very nutritious pear-shaped bulb about half the size of an onion, was their chief dependence. It was to them what bread is to us, the staff of life. After steaming the bulbs in a hole in the ground with hot rocks covered with ferns, they were dried. This, with game, was their usual diet. You could also go fishing, provided you knew how and were near a river, and if you didn't know how, you could also do like Phoebe Judson and just trade for some fish. When we reached Salmon Falls on Snake River, the Indians brought some red-meated salmon to the camp. Mr. Judson traded some sugar for a fine, large...
You missed the cooking part at the start. It's cooking right now, Ben. Be patient. Jesus.
one. And as it was too late to cook it that night, he dressed it and put it into the water keg under our wagon. We were really so delighted with the prospect of salmon for breakfast that we could not sleep. But the next morning, when they woke up, our beautiful fish was missing. And so was Mr. Bryant's dog. As we never saw him again, he evidently indulged in too much salmon for breakfast and paid the penalty with his life. As for game meat,
Not the dog. Not the dog dying. No.
on the prairie at least, you had prairie dogs, which were supposedly very, very fatty, but also ducks and rabbits and geese and sage hens. They'd use these hens to make a soup with dumpling that most people seemed to really enjoy, but one woman did not. I think a skunk preferable. Their meat tastes of this abominable mountain sage. Now these were of course small little critters, good for maybe one meal. But if you wanted to save up some meat, they had big game like antelope and of course buffalo. But the thing is, even just a couple buffalo or bison is going to be so much meat that you're not going to be able to eat that all in one sitting, even if you've got several hundred people in the wagon train. So they would have to store it. And usually that meant making it into jerky. They would cut it into strips and then hang it on a rope around the edge of the wagon. And so as they went down the prairie, it would dry in the wind. And one person said it made all of the wagons look like they were decorated with a coarse red fringe.
Wow.
Now, most people really enjoyed the meat of the buffalo, but there is one story about a man who got an old bull, and I guess the meat was not very good. It tasted like the chef d'oeuvre of the devil's kitchen, the most offensive meat I ever tasted, and so that I found it impossible to eat it. But typically, the meat was very much loved. Now, the emigrants on the Oregon Trail rarely had time.
Did you guys know buffalo have wings? They're surprisingly small though. I don't want to talk about it.
Time to stop to get any more buffalo than they could eat or carry. But it was around this time that other people with more sinister intentions were decimating the buffalo population in an effort to destroy the food source of the Plains Indians. In 1864,
Of course they were.
near the end of the Oregon Trail era, one emigrant wrote that some of our men went today hunting for buffalo and antelope, but saw none. While the bleached bones of the buffalo are strewn all along the road, not an animal was seen.
Yeah, because why would the animals go anywhere near? There's a whole pile of their fucking bones. You don't give the animals enough credit. They just see a pile of like their dead bodies and they're gonna be like, you know what, let's hang around here. Let's set up camp here among this pile of bones. What do you think, hey buffalo? Yeah, great idea.
Needless and wanton slaughter of these once numerous animals has almost caused them to be extinct. The thing is, it wasn't just the meat of the buffalo that both the Plains Indians and the pioneers relied on, it was their poop. See, if you've ever seen the Great Plains, you'll notice there aren't a lot of trees, not a lot of firewood going on. And so they would gather the chips or the poop of
Why is there no trees?
the buffalo to start fires. And I guess as long as it's dry, it burns really well and doesn't smell that much. Many of the ladies can be seen
I do remember basically being in Arizona at one point and there just being a hell of a lot of shrubbery. It was like shrubbery central. I saw a couple tumbleweeds and I was like, the fuck?
roaming over the prairie with sacks in hand, searching for a few buffalo chips to cook their evening meal. Some of the ladies are seen wearing gloves, but most of them have discarded their gloves and are gathering the buffalo chips with their bare hand. And with your dried buffalo poop in hand, it was time to actually get to cooking. And this is where the pioneers they really impressed me, because especially
that
in
makes
the
sense.
first part of their journey, where they still had a lot of the ingredients that they were bringing, they were making up some really fancy, complicated foods, if not, maybe not fancy, but complicated foods. They would always have fresh bread that could be risen with either Salertus, which is baking soda, or the newfangled Preston's yeast powder. No excuse for bad bread. And should they run out of these, they would make salt rising
Excuse
bread,
me?
which is just ingenious. So you know how like a sourdough starter relies on
Cupcake
yeast
lol.
to build up to rise the bread. Well, salt rising bread relies on bacteria. Usually the ingredients were just water, salt, flour.
It's okay, chat. Bacteria isn't actually bad. Bacteria is our friends. Except for some who are not our friends. Some bacteria is bad. Some bacteria is good. These are the hot takes you get at twitch.tv/pixelsnixel. I'm sorry. I'm so tired and I forgot to eat today and I'm a mess of a human being. I'm sorry. Not all bacteria. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Anyway.
Flour, and then some cornmeal or dried potato. And it needed to be kept warm all day. So they would make it up and then put that that starter in the front of the wagon where it was warm and the sun was hitting it.
No, I already ate. I think I ate like 15 dumplings. I can't eat anymore. I'm very full. I might have some more sugar so that I don't die. I'm probably fine. Let's be honest here. I'm probably fine. Chat, you can survive like a week without food. I'm clearly fine. All right? I'm just a gym bro doing an intermittent fast by accident. That's all I did today, and it was an accident. I'm actually just trying to grow my muscles. I'm just trying to get suave and sexy and fit and strong. I'm actually intermittently fasting to get bitches. That's what I heard. I heard it's the way. Next stop, carnivore diet, like for real. That's why we're watching this. So I know what to do with the bison when I hunt it down and shoot it with my bare hands and then cook it on its own poop chips on the Oregon Trail, which is definitely something that's going to happen in my life. Look at the jumper I'm wearing. Is it not giving Lady of the Oregon Trail? See? The answer to that was yes. You get it.
And it would start to rise, and then that night they could use it to make fresh bread.
Brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant. But even more impressive than the bread was the fact that they were making pies and cakes out there. There are letters that talk about fresh-made antelope pot pie and pound cake and peach pie and apple pie, though often the apple pie was made with dried apples, which I guess was not always the best thing.
Okay, but now hear me out. You know what I love? I actually love a dried apple. I have fond memories of eating dried apple as a kid. Would I eat dried apple now? No. I think it would give me a tummy ache. I think most dried fruit gives me a tummy ache these days. I don't know. Dried fruit is real hit and miss for me these days for some reason. I don't know. It doesn't sit as well in my tummy as it probably should.
As there was a slogan during the time that said, "Spit in my ears and tell me lies, but give me no dried apple pies." Now the meal that
Kinky. The fuck did he just say? Spit in my ears and tell me lies.
tell me lies, but give me no dried.
Well, all right. Okay. Well, you know what? It was a long trip on that Oregon Trail. But there were no trees to like fuck behind. I guess they had tents, didn't they? They were probably fucking. Oh, it just feels so dirty. It just feels so dirty. Do you reckon people fucked on the Oregon Trail, chat? I feel like women would have been like, go away. That's a yeast infection waiting to happen. Do you know what it... Like, for real. Yeast wasn't invented yet? Stop it. Imagine the smell. I would be shocked if they knew what a yeast infection was back then. You're going to say that, like, everything was itchy all the time? Valuable yeast infections meant you could bake bread. Simping on gin and juice. Don't make me bring this up. But I watched a video on TikTok recently of this girl who made cake with her own yeast infection, and then she got a yeast infection in her mouth. Both her and her partner got a yeast infection in their mouths, and she showed it, and her tongue had white dots all over it. That was a fake video. Well, I fell for it. Was it actually a fake video? Are we sure? Oh, that makes me feel much better. Look at me just spreading misinformation like a queen. It seemed so real. Isn't a yeast infection of the mouth just called thrush? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Oral thrush is a real thing. Touch wood, I have never had that. I have never had that. Okay, here's the overshare of the fucking century. I had one yeast infection while I was like a teenager, and had gone like camping. Never again. Never again. Never again. I had oral thrush in my early 20s. But how do you get it? Is it just from being not germ conscious? Or were you just doing... or what were you doing? How do you... Don't answer that.
Apple pies. Now the meal that they seemed to go hog wild for was the 4th of July dinner. Part of it was that it was a big celebration because it's 4th of July, but also it was around the halfway point for many of the immigrants. And so they would kind of splurge and use up a lot of the good things that they still had left. In 1849, William Swain wrote about the midday meal on the 4th of July. Dinner consisted of ham, beans, boiled and baked, biscuits, John cake, apple pie, sweet cake, rice pudding, pickles, vinegar, pepper sauce, and mustard, coffee, sugar, and milk. All enjoyed it well. The boys had raked and scraped together all the brandy they could, and they toasted, hurrayed, and drank till reason was out and brandy was in. I stayed till the 5 regular toasts were drunk, and then, being disgusted with their conduct, I went to our tent, took my pen, and occupied the remainder of the day in writing to my wife.
Liar! Liar! He wrote his own alibi. He wrote his own alibi. This is him writing an alibi into his journal, if I've ever heard it.
Or at least that's what he told her he did, I'm sure. Now,
Max, you get me. You get me. But you get me. We see things the same way. No, we do. Probably don't.
since this was a time when provisions started to run low, at least the more luxurious provisions, there were of course people who had already gone through them. George Keller had a 4th of July dinner on musty hard bread and beef bones in a state of incipient putrefaction. And Amos Steck said that it was just like any other day for him, and he had spent it driving a slow ox team in a sandy road, his eyes filled and his throat choked with it, with no other refreshment than hard bread for dinner, and poor bread at that. He will feel little patriotic ardor stimulating him even on this great day. Granted, these were the wagon trains that were made up of pretty much just men, because it was the women who did most of the real cooking. As James Hutchings lamented, "I wish I had taken lessons in the art of every man his own washerwoman, cook, and general housewife." But whether or not you could cook didn't really matter when you started to run out of ingredients, which would happen the further down the road you got. All of the little delicacies we brought with us from home were gone, and we had nothing left but flour, bacon, beans, sugar, and tea. And like the children of Israel, my soul loathed this food, and I longed for something fresh. The farther we traveled, the more meager became our fare. This was the time when the pioneers came to rely on things like buffalo jerky, hardtack, and portable soup. This was something where you would boil down the meat and bones of an animal so much that it became just this gelatinous kind of layer on the bottom of a pot.
We've watched people do that on Alone.
And then you would cut that up and let it dry, and you could take that then and later put it into some water and make a soup. It was like a bouillon cube. Then there was something called meat biscuit. 1 pound of it contained the nutriment of 5 pounds of the best fresh beef. It will keep in perfect preservation for any length of time. In tight tin canister or casks, the traveler across the plain can always have a fresh supply of food easily and quickly prepared. Now the problem with the dwindling food supply was not just that it left everyone rather hangry, but also depressed, because when you're traveling every single day, all day, it's kind of boring and monotonous, and the only thing people were looking forward to was their next meal. Eating was the best part of the day, even in...
Imagine doing it without like music in your ears these days. Like just out walking, nothing, no music, nothing to read, nothing to listen to, except the incessant drone of whomever else is there. I'm beginning to realize I think I'm quite weak. And that's what sex was for. I think they'd be too tired now.
The harshest conditions. Ate breakfast this morning in a snowstorm, and although the prospect did look rather gloomy, still we kept in good cheer, and our victuals, crusted not with sugar but snow, certainly disappeared in a manner that plain showed that we had not lost our appetites, even if we were experiencing all the delights of a snowstorm in the open prairie. It was also around this time that they started to run out of lemon extract, See, they would often add lemon extract and maybe a little sugar to their water to make a sort of lemonade because the water did not taste good. It was hard to find any kind of thing resembling clean water at all, but especially out in the prairie.
Damn, how do they not just die? I know a whole bunch of people died, but like, how do you survive this? It's like dirty water, no food. Oh.
Everything was covered in dust. All of their stuff, themselves, their food, and their water just caked in dust. And so they would often add aluminum ammonia sulfate to the water, which would kind of help purify it, but it made it taste
It's all right, chat. If the apocalypse happens, I've got my life straw. Me, going out, drinking in puddles out of my life straw. I'm ready to go. I'm good. I'm thriving until my life straw runs out. Then I'm dead.
absolutely awful. When they didn't have that, they would just put cornmeal into the water and wait like 20 or 30 minutes. And as the cornmeal dropped to the bottom, it would take some of the...
You guys, most people in Australia don't even know what the Oregon Trail is. Yeah. We didn't know this was a thing. This isn't like written in our history or anything.
dirt with them, leaving a little clean-ish water on the top, but still didn't taste great. And with people running out of their luxury items, their
didn't
food,
have
and
the
sometimes clean water, the Oregon Trail was about to do them real dirty when they came upon Fort Laramie, also dubbed Camp Sacrifice.
What?
This was the last major stop before you headed over the Rocky Mountains.
Nah.
And as difficult on the oxen as it's been to drag your butt across the Great Plains, it's going to be even harder for them to drag it up the Rocky Mountains. So you had to get rid of everything that was extra. And I don't mean just like things like books and fine china and things that are kind of not necessary, though they did get rid of those, but in some cases, even things that were necessary if it was deemed too heavy. There was one wagon train who just needed to lighten the load, and so they discarded a ton of bacon, several barrels of bread, 6 dozen steel shovels, axes, hoes, etc., amounting in value to nearly $1,500. Also, I love how they used to write etc., which was the ampersand C, because the et in etc.
Wyoming is still a whole lot of nothing. I've been there. It's very pretty though.
Literally means and. I just think that's cool. I don't think anybody ever writes that anymore. Now it's just etc. Anyway, one thing that someone had to discard kind of brings a tear to the eye. A man named Smith had a wooden rolling pin that it was decided was useless and must be abandoned. I shall never forget how that big man stood there with tears streaming down his face as he said, "Do I have to throw it away? It was my mother's. I remember she always used it to roll out her biscuits, and they were awful good biscuits." It's really amazing what these people went through and gave up to start this new life. And I don't just mean giving up their mother's rolling pin, but giving up everything that they had left behind. Many of these people would never again see the family and friends that they had known.
This is the thing. This is what really gets to me. This is what gets to me, and this is why I love watching Outlander and stuff, because back then, saying goodbye to somebody was such a different thing. Like, one of the great privileges of our lifetime is that, like, you say goodbye to somebody, but there's a chance you can send them a message, you know, in the future, down the track. You never know when you're saying your last goodbye. Whereas when I go back through history, like, some of the goodbyes that you would have had to say that were very real goodbyes, like, I will never again see you in this lifetime. Like, that gets to me for some reason. I don't know.
back east. And I don't think I could have done it. I really don't think I could have lasted very long doing 6 months of hard living, hard traveling, and hard eating. Maybe a week. I think I could have lasted a week. Maybe 2 if these Johnny cakes taste as good as they smell. And here we are, a pioneer breakfast of Johnny cakes and bacon from the Oregon Trail. So sometimes people would have
I mean, it looks pretty good.
put like honey or syrup or more molasses on these, but I'm gonna just try them, still hot, as is. Here we go. So the texture is a little, it's not dry, it's almost like gritty, but not unpleasantly so, but it's kind of, it's a little grittier than I might like, but the flavor is really, really good. I kind of expected them to be bland, but they're not. It's, you know, it's kind of like cornbread, which cornmeal, it's like cornbread and molasses mixed together, so you kind of get that sweetness, but then the fact that it's like fried basically in bacon grease, that's really nice. And you get a really, really nice bacony flavor to it. It kind of reminds me of like a 19th century version of a McDonald's McGriddle. I actually think that...
We don't have McGriddles. I've never had a McGriddle. I don't know what a McGriddle is. Do you know, I don't even think I've had cornbread like that. We don't really have that here. Like, people might make it, but it's not a thing.
that these are going to grow on me. This is something I could eat 1 or 2 of them. They're a little, I think it's just that they're a little more dense than like a fluffy pancake because there is nothing in there to raise it. No raising agent, so it's just kind of heavy. But it comes with bacon. The bacon, of course, is it's just bacon, but it's really fatty bacon because that's what they would have had, so I got the fattiest that I could find. And it's really, really good. Also, how cool is this fork? I got it from Townsend's. They have a bunch of really just cool stuff from this period, mostly earlier 18th
Oh, a little bit of support.
century, but I thought it fit. Plus, it's just cool looking. So I think these are something that you should try. It's totally worth it. Maybe swap out some of the water for milk, or just kind of play with it. You can add some spice, make the fancier version. But even as is, especially if you're going across the prairie and you're really hungry, it's a great meal. So give.
I'm be going across the prairie, mate. I do appreciate you telling me about the Oregon Trail, but I shall not be crossing the prairie. That's not for me. I'll be staying east. Although I don't even think I'd really want to stay east because the weather doesn't seem all that good. It's quite humid. It's quite humid and it's not that nice, and I think people might be at war soon. Oh, Professor Fappington, I'm so there with you. I know. I miss the 24/7 breakfast too. That be the Civil War. That was the war that I was talking about. 1864, the war was already on. Is that why everybody was leaving? I believe it was why everybody was leaving. Do you like my mix of accents? I keep changing it from here to there to everywhere. I don't even know what part of the country I'm in. It just keeps moving about. Perhaps because I'm all over the Oregon Trail. The Pixel trans-American accent. I can't do a trans-American accent. It's got to be more British, and I can't do it. Is Pix gonna do a country album now too? Probably not. Posh British lady imitates South American accent mixed in there. Maybe it's my accent, and you just should appreciate it for the accent that it is. Maybe you shouldn't be so judgy. Here we go.
to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road, all my memories gather around her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eye. Country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road, I hear her voice in the morning as she calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. Driving down the road, I get a feeling I should have been home yesterday. Yesterday, country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Down country roads, take me home. Down country roads.
Now there is no scene anymore, Teresk. It's fine.
Louis, what song did you request again?
I forgot. I'm getting a pass to make it today. What happens to the VOD? Gets deleted on Twitch and it stays up on YouTube. Oh, he's on a work call right now? Alright, well, I won't sing his bullshit until he gets back though. How's the piano going, by the way? My hand is broken. So, not that good. Also, congrats on the YouTube ad rev. I don't think I get any yet. Probably have to put out a video. And I think I've got to, like, organize it. That's also a tomorrow job. I've got so much to do. Why is there so much to do? Why does it never end? Life is just doing stuff. It's fine. Calm Audio, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Philip Bowen is a great musician from Wyoming. I bet. Life is the Oregon Trail. Everything's a journey. Hello, Ian. Fancy seeing you on YouTube? I know. How many viewers do I have on YouTube right now? YouTubers, show yourselves. 10? That's not bad. 13? Thriving. Have a good look, calm. I know some of you are just doubles. It's fine. I'm so tired. Doubles? Where? Oh, where? There are no doubles. Doubles? I'm singing this again. It's my favorite song. Matt, I'm so glad. Make sure nobody sees you leave. Hood over your head, keep your eyes down. Tell your friends you're out for a run. You'll be flushed when you return. Take the road less traveled by. Tell yourself you can always stop. What started in beautiful rooms ends with meetings in parking lots. And that's the thing about illicit affairs and clandestine meetings and longing stares. It's born from just one single glance, but it dies and it dies and it dies a million little times. Leave the perfume on the shelf they picked out just for him, so you leave no trace behind, like you don't even exist. Take the words for what they are, a dwindling mercurial high, a drug that only worked the first few hundred times. And that's the thing about illicit affairs and clandestine meetings and stolen stares. They show their truth one single time, but they lie, they lie, they lie a million little times. And you wanna scream, don't call me kid, don't call me baby. Look at this godforsaken mess that you made me. You showed me colors you know I can't see with anyone else. Don't call me kid, don't call me baby. Look at this idiotic fool that you made me. You taught me a secret language I can't speak with anyone else. For you, I would ruin myself a million little times. It's literally just such a good song. Hi, my poggies. Thanks for the follows, you guys. It's just such a good song, you know? Night Nomadic, have a good one. Bolshak, are you related to Polshak by any chance? You say I don't understand, I say I know you don't. We thought a cure would come through in time, now I fear it won't. Remember looking at this room, we loved it 'cause of the light. Now I just sit in the dark and wonder if it's time. Do I throw out everything we build or keep it? I'm getting tired even for a phoenix, always rising from the ashes, mending all her gashes. You might just have dealt the final blow. Stop, you're losing me. Stop,
Stop, you're losing me. I can't find a pulse, my heart won't start anymore for you. 'Cause you're losing me. Every morning I glared at you with storms in my eyes. How can you say that you love someone you can't tell is dying? I send you signals and bit my nails down to the quick. My face was gray, but you wouldn't admit that we were sick. And the air is thick with loss and indecision. I know my pain is such an imposition. Now you're running down the hallway, and you know what they'll all say. You don't know what you got until it's gone. Stop, you're losing me. Stop, you're losing me. Stop, you're losing me. I can't find a pulse, my heart won't start anymore for you. 'Cause you're losing me. Cause you're losing me. My heart won't start anymore. My heart won't start anymore. How long could we be a sad song till we were too far gone to bring it back to life? I gave you all my best means, my endless sympathy, and all I did was bleed as I tried to be the bravest soldier fighting in only your army. Front lines, don't you ignore me. I'm the best thing at this party. You're losing me, and I wouldn't marry me either. Pathological people pleaser who only wanted you to see her. And I'm fading thinking, do something, babe, say something. Lose something, babe, risk something. Choose something, babe, I got nothing to believe unless you're choosing me. You're losing me. Hold on. She's such a good dog. It's not true. Tell me I've been lied it's dark. I'm in your arms in Central Park. There's nothing you could do or say. I can't escape the way I love you. I don't want to, but I love you.
Hey, boy!
Timmy Tucker gifted a tier 1 sub to Midnight Emmy.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub.
Boy!
2 gifted
Timmy Tucker
subs.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Whale 3.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. Chat, trigger warning. This is a song about suicide.
Take me to the rooftop. I wanna see the world when I stop breathing, turning blue. Tell me love is endless. Don't be so pretentious. Leave me like you do. If you need me, wanna see me, you better hurry, 'cause I'm leaving soon. Sorry can't save me now. Sorry, I don't know how. Sorry, there's no way out. But down, down. Taste me these salty tears on my cheeks. That's what a year-long headache does to you. I'm not okay. I feel so scattered. Don't say I'm all that matters. Leave me. Deja vu. If you need me, wanna see me, you better hurry, 'cause I'm leaving soon. Sorry can't save me now. Sorry, I don't know how. Sorry, there's no way out. But down, down. verses, you guys. I wonder if Louis is off his meeting. Because I seriously can't remember what he requested. Be my mistake and turn out the light. She bought me those jeans, the ones you like. I don't wanna hug, I just wanna sleep. The smell of your hair reminds me of her feet. So don't wait outside my hotel room. Just wait till I give you a sign. 'Cause I get lonesome sometimes. Save all the jokes you're gonna make while I see how much drink I can take. And be my mistake. I shouldn't have called, 'cause we shouldn't speak. You do make me hard, but she makes me weak. Don't wait outside my hotel room. Just wait till I give you a sign. 'Cause I get lonesome sometimes. Save all the jokes you're gonna make while I see how much drink I can take. And be my mistake. Banger. All right, one more, perhaps. but you don't really understand. I've got magic in my hand, stars in my eyes. I'm a different kind of woman. If you want some basic bitch, go to the Beverly Center and find her. I'm sweet, if you wanna go and nobody goes, that's where you'll find me in the sweet North Country. If I'm not there, come to my house on Genesee. What you doing with your life? Do you think about it? Do you contemplate where we came from? Lately we've been making out a lot, not talking about the stuff that's at the very heart of things. Do you want children? Do you want to marry me? Do you want to run marathons in Long Beach by the sea? I've got things to do like nothing at all. I want to do them with you. Do you want to do them with me? If you want someone, then just call me up and remember where I'll be. Sweet and barefoot, you can find me where no one will be. And I want somewhere in life now of a life in the sweet North Country. If I'm not there, come to my house on Genesee. What you doing with your life? Do you think about it? Do you contemplate where we came from? Lately we've been making out a lot, not talking about the stuff that's at the very heart of things. Do you want children? Do you want to marry me? Do you want to run marathons in Long Beach by the sea? I've got things to do like nothing at all. I wanna do them with you. Do you wanna do them with me? If you want someone, then just call me up and remember where I'll be in the sweet North Country. If I'm not there, come to my house on Genesee.
You reckon weddings are a scam? I think they're kind of fucked because they're so expensive these days. And I used to be kind of a hater like that, but I don't know. I think that if you can afford it, these sorts of events are life markers for lots of people. I don't really think it's a scam anymore. I think it's really brave to stand up and declare your love for another person in front of the other people that you love. And I think it's really nice. And like, yeah, it has roots in all sorts of bullshit, but I don't know. I think we need more excuses to celebrate. I do, and I think we need non-religious excuses to celebrate. I think that's one of the things that we're lacking in community. Like these celebrations we have to hold on to. I don't want to hold on to religion, really, but I do want to hold on to community. And so sometimes I think it's really important to just, yeah. What if you elope but everyone's invited? I mean, I don't think eloping is bad, but it's pretty expensive to travel for weddings. What you doing with your life? Do you think about it? Do you contemplate where we came from? Lately we've been making out alone. Exactly, just skip the wedding straight to the after party? I mean, for sure. I would want a wedding though, I think. I'm never getting married, but it's the end of the stream, Denareth. I'm sorry. You're too late. This is the end. I'll be back tomorrow. You're most likely getting 2 streams tomorrow. The first one is on TikTok. I'm just gonna play Stardew. And then tomorrow night's just a normal stream. But it is a Friday and it is school holidays. So I need y'all to pray for me. Please. Thanks for streaming. You're very welcome. Thanks for supporting my streams, you guys. I am very grateful. And as we continue the quest for the perfect rain jacket, I will keep you updated. I don't think I will buy either of the ones I tried on today. I will continue to try more on, or I might order one online. I'm just nervous to buy it online because, like, you can't try them on. Like, what if it's too small? You know? Oh, the stress of it all. Anyway, be good to yourselves. Drink some water. Don't forget to eat like me. Bye-bye.